evening. This meeting is now convened at 4:32 p.m. I would like to ask everyone to please silence all cell phones. Mrs. Smith, please call the roll.
Desmond Bridges. Darian Graves. Elias Zabara. Laurie Leister. Arthur Lewis Jr.
Present.
Daniel Parker. Jeff Wheeler.
Present.
Thank you.
The board is now going to go into closed session to discuss agenda items posted on the closed session agenda as authorized by the Open Meetings Act under section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code. Thank you all. Convened at 6:44 p.m. Will you please stand and join us for pledges to the U.S. and Texas flags?
Good evening. Tonight's color guard is presented by the Beaumont United High School Navy Junior ROTC. It is commanded by Cadet Lauren Garcia, Cadet Jasleen Garcia, Cadet Ethan Prevost, Cadet Adair Stevens, under the direction of Gunnery Sergeant Michael Triplett, United States Marine Corps, retired. Our pledge will be led by Charlton Pollard Elementary 4th grader Anaya Saunier. She is an All-A Honor Roll student and a member of the National Elementary Honor Society. Anaya has earned over 100 AR points, serves as a flag team member, and has received the Principal's Award. Principal Taylor says Anaya consistently maintains a positive attitude, strives for excellence in learning, is self-disciplined, and follows the guidelines of success by being safe, responsible, and respectful.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. Oh, I'm sorry, not seated yet. Not seated yet. Sorry. Thank you. Now you may be seated.
Thank you, Anaya. Are there any public officials in the audience this evening? If so, please stand to be recognized. Thank you. We will now recognize, have our recognitions by Mr. Sotelo and Mrs. Cheatham.
Good evening, Board President Wheeler, Board of Managers, Superintendent Massey. My name is Joseph Sotelo, Deputy Superintendent. And tonight we want to start off by celebrating and honoring some of our students' accomplishments. And to do so, I'd like to bring Anitra Cheatham to the podium.
Good evening, President Wheeler, Board Trustees, Superintendent Massey, and audience. Tonight, the Beaumont Independent School District proudly recognizes the outstanding academic achievements, leadership, and service of the class of 2026. Our valedictorians and salutatorians from Beaumont United High School, King Collegiate Academy, and Westbrook High School are here with us tonight. These exceptional students have distinguished themselves through academic excellence, involvement in extracurricular activities, leadership in service organizations, and ambitious plans for the future. Representing Beaumont United High School are valedictorian Manuel Artiega and salutatorian Kevin Tran. Manuel earned recognition as a Cardinal Elite Scholar, Carson Scholar, AP Scholar, Questbridge Scholar, and College Board National Recognition recipient while actively participating in organizations including DECA, UIL Computer Science, Varsity Tennis, Key Club, and Hispanic Alliance Club. He will attend Lamar University to study chemical engineering. Kevin is a two-time National Math and Science Initiative Award recipient, AP Scholar, and he earned an Associate of Arts degree from Lamar Institute of Technology while serving as Treasurer of the National Honor Society and participating in numerous student organizations and athletics. He plans to pursue mechanical engineering at Lamar University. King Collegiate Academy's top graduates are valedictorian Ariana McGrew and salutatorian Rolando Garcia. Go ahead. They deserve all the praise they get. Ariana maintained an A honor roll status throughout high school, earned an Associate of Arts in Business from Lamar Institute of Technology, completed more than 300 community service hours, and secured scholarships totaling more than $400,000. She plans to attend the University of Texas at Austin to study finance and accounting. Rolando Garcia earned all A honor roll distinction throughout high school, completed more than 120 community service hours, earned an Associate of Business degree from Lamar Institute of Technology, and plans to attend Lamar University in accounting to pursue accounting while also endeavoring in entrepreneurial ventures in the future. At Westbrook High School, valedictorian Ethan Zhu and salutatorian Haley Wynn have exemplified excellence in academic leadership, service, and balanced academic success with leadership as captain of both the swim and tennis teams, while also competing in soccer and participating in the National Honor Society. He plans to attend University of California, Berkeley to study computer science. Haley Wynn has earned numerous academic and leadership honors, including AP Scholar with honors recognition, the Terry Foundation Scholarship, and multiple Key Club distinctions. She serves in leadership roles across several organizations as well, including Key Club, Green Club, and Curing with Care, and plans to attend the University of Houston to pursue chemical engineering and biology on the pre-med track. Please join Beaumont ISD in congratulating these remarkable students for their dedication, perseverance, and commitment to excellence as they prepare to begin the next chapter of their academic journeys.
Board of Managers, I do have one comment to make about the students that just stood before you. I had the distinct privilege already of seeing 4 of them graduate high school. I remember Haley had the most thank yous I've ever heard in a graduation speech, which just really shows her character and how much she cares about other people. Ethan took the time to really urge everyone to vote and pay a lot of attention to what you can advocate for yourself on. I really appreciate that, Ethan. I remember both Manuel and Kevin talked about resilience and how important it is to not give up. And I cannot wait to see the other two's graduation tomorrow night, and I can't wait to hear what you have to say too. So congratulations again. We're so proud of you.
More recognitions. During the Beaumont ISD Teacher of the Year Celebration of Excellence Gala held May 1st, 2 exceptional educators were recognized for their outstanding dedication, leadership, and impact on student success. This evening, the Board of Trustees proudly honors and presents the district's 2026-27 Elementary and Secondary Teachers of the Year, educators who exemplify the excellence and commitment found across Beaumont ISD classrooms every day. A proud product of Beaumont ISD and a lifelong champion for literacy, Ms. Sharon Carrington has devoted nearly 40 years to shaping young minds. I'm gonna go off script a second and say what I really said about Ms. Carrington. I said I'm gonna be like Ms. Carrington when I grow up. Ms. Carrington has worked nearly 40 years shaping young minds of students within the district that she once also called home as a student. Currently serving as a 5th grade reading and language arts teacher at Dishman Elementary, Ms. Carrington combines decades of experience with a nurturing spirit and deep expertise in literacy instruction. Her unwavering dedication to helping every child grow into a confident reader and learner has left a lasting impact on generations of students, making her a truly deserving Elementary Teacher of the Year. Go ahead. Our next teacher is Ms. Keisha Kirkwood. She has a passion for preparing students for meaningful futures in healthcare. She has spent the past 15 years inspiring excellence across Beaumont ISD. She is a proud graduate of Ozanne High School. Ms. Kirkwood now serves as the Health Science Program Lead at the Career and Technology Education Center, where she challenges and empowers students through innovative instruction in health science theory and dual-enrolled anatomy and physiology courses. Beyond the classroom, her leadership as a curriculum writer, department chair, and adjunct college instructor reflects her commitment to advancing education and opportunity for all students. Her dedication, innovation, and ability to motivate future healthcare professionals makes her an exceptional Secondary Teacher of the Year. Of course, Ms. Carrington is here with us tonight. Ms. Kirkwood had a previous engagement to be with her son at his 8th grade award ceremony tonight. Thank you for joining us to celebrate our honorees tonight. We ask that you give them one additional round of applause while we invite our honorees out for pictures right here to your left. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cheatham, and thank you so much to our honorees for your dedication and hard work through this school year and your entire student career. Really appreciate everything. Our next agenda item is public comment. We are glad that you're here tonight and look forward to hearing from you. Only individuals who signed up in advance to speak will be able to address the board in accordance with board policy. Any person who did not sign up will not be able to speak during public comment, but we do invite you to sign up to speak at our next meeting. I'm requesting that each speaker limit their remarks to 2.5 minutes. We ask that the speakers refrain from naming individuals, especially students, because the identity of students is protected by law. You may, however, say the name of your own child if you wish. Please note that the board members will not engage in dialogue or respond to comment during the public comment portion of the meeting. I ask that you please respect the procedures that are in place and the other speakers and audience members, and in your comments promptly when your time has expired. Mrs. Smith, please call the first speaker.
Adriana Smoke.
Good evening. I'm here to speak regarding the upcoming crisis being staged for the next school year. Our appointed superintendent said in her opening message to the district that you love to support teachers and principals and that together you will ensure that every child in Beaumont ISD is known, supported, challenged, and prepared. That is a fine statement that we can all stand behind. But we aren't even 30 days into your assignment, and already there's been an elimination of wellness coordinators and behavior interventionists across this district. The district stated on the news last Thursday that these adjustments were made to better align resources and support along with the core priorities of improving student achievement and student outcomes. It is impossible that cutting these positions can help to align each of these goals. Which one of these ideals is the priority? Because I can assure you, the children will be and have already been affected by losing these wellness coordinators. They are terrified. Students are navigating increasing levels of anxiety, stress, and trauma. When a student is overwhelmed, struggling, in crisis, or exhibiting behavior challenges, the need does not disappear just because the position has been cut. So who will now fill that gap? Those students need support, intervention, de-escalation. Without a trained professional dedicated to that work, who will absorb these responsibilities? We are concerned that removing the wellness coordinator position without a clearly communicated replacement plan will only create chaos and potential lives could be at stake. Are you prepared for this? Additionally, behavior interventionists help students to remain in class. They reduce disruptions, support safety, and create stability for both students and staff. Their work impacts the learning environment for every child in the classroom. So I'll leave you with these valid questions, and we expect answers. What is the district's plan for addressing student wellness and moving forward? What systems will replace the support and interventions these positions provided to students in crisis? How will the district transparently measure the impact of this decision on attendance, classroom safety, and school climate? Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Sanders. Mia Escamilla.
Good afternoon, board members. I am Mia Escamilla, currently a junior at King Collegiate Academy. I welcome you to the Beaumont ISD School District and am excited to see the positive changes that will be made. I've been in the school district since I was in pre-K, meaning I've grown up within the Beaumont area as well as the school district. So once SSLC, also known as the Superintendent Student Leadership Council application came out, I was quick to apply. The SSLC is a group of students from across Beaumont ISD who work closely with the superintendent and district leadership to provide input on key issues, initiatives, and policies that directly impact students. This council served as a platform for student voices to be heard at the highest level of district leadership. Throughout the school year, each meeting was held at a different high school. Those meetings were partly student-led as students shared their school culture, tour of the school, and shared what opportunities their school offers. It takes both students and teachers along with admin to make good changes. As a former SSLC member, it's been such a blessing to work closely with the superintendent and even ask questions to all the fellow board members. This allowed us to understand the school board better and how it operates, as well as bring information back to students. Because of this, I believe that SSLC is a positive addition to BISD, and those on the committee would be able to help the superintendent and board in their new initiatives. There are students who are ready and so eager to jump at this opportunity. So I urge you to renew the SSLC next school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Joseph Trahan.
I'm sorry, who did you call?
Joseph Trahan.
Good evening. My name is Joseph Trahan. I'm the chairman of the Jefferson County Democratic Party, a lifelong Beaumont resident, and the grandson of the late Howard Trahan Jr., who served this community as a prominent civic leader and member of the BISD Board of Trustees from 1984 to 2010. I understand why the state intervened. Underperforming campuses are serious, and I think most people in this community recognize that improvement, accountability, and stronger outcomes for students are necessary. I also believe the current leadership deserves an opportunity to work to prove itself. But I want to speak tonight about something equally important: employee morale, workplace culture, community engagement, and respect. I have heard growing concerns from employees regarding uncertainty, fear, communication issues, and the feeling that they are not being treated as valued professionals. These are college-educated men and women who dedicate their lives to serving children in a professional manner that is already incredibly demanding, often unappreciated, and expected to be everything, everywhere, all at once. Yes, accountability matters, attendance matters, performance matters, but respect matters too. There is a difference between implementing high standards and creating an environment where employees feel disposable or afraid to speak openly. A culture of fear will not create long-term success in the district. Like in business, people perform best when they feel respected, heard, and invested in the mission. I also want to stress the importance of community buy-in. Beaumont is not just another district on a spreadsheet in Austin, and we are not Houston either. This is our home. Listening to parents, teachers, employees, and community stakeholders is not a weakness. It is true leadership. And finally, I sincerely hope the Board of Managers is not simply a board in name only, but with decisions being made exclusively by the state. Otherwise, there is little purpose in having a board at all, whether appointed or elected, but rather a formality. In fact, that may be the single biggest concern I'm hearing from constituents. Now, don't get me wrong, I sincerely hope this district succeeds. I hope our schools improve, and I gladly welcome Superintendent Massey to Beaumont. And I hope the path forward is grounded not only in accountability, but also professionalism, transparency, and respect for the people who have dedicated their lives to serving Beaumont's children. Thank you all.
Linda Gilmore.
As you can see, I am a disability. I have been a part of BISD for 57 years, 34 years as a kindergarten teacher, and the last 6 years, elementary pathways teaching 3 to 5 grades in a one-room school. On May 7th, I was told there would be no more ISS, and a job was to be done for me was standing for 8 hours reading a scripted lesson. Principals were told teachers were mediocre and the cause of the district's problems. We were told the cause came from administration. Teachers have spent several hours before and after school preparing work to get Johnny to read. They have given up weekends and some marriages to do this. I myself don't have to work. I choose to because I get enjoyment when a student is proud to read a kindergarten level book and he's in 5th grade. I don't need anyone to tell me I'm a good teacher. Beaumont knows that, and so do I. Yes, I agree. We need a lot of changes, but the triangle of teachers, administration, and parents need to be as one working for students. BISD is not an I district. We're we. Teacher flight is occurring now as schools are being closed. How many do you think you want to do? Everything is being addressed but behavior. I get cursed out every day. Modeling this district after Houston, Fort Worth, Dallas, or even the prison on 69 is not the answer. I tell teachers everything is going to be all right. Do not give up. We have endured hardships. To all of you selected to do your job, I applaud you. I want to leave you with this message. Remember, when the lights come back on in BISD, and they will, you still live here. This is your community. It is a time to make wrongs right, even the ones that were affected you. Everything should not be a yes. 2 things affected belief in the new program, AIM. The unprofessional comment made about Port Arthur ISD. If you're big enough to make it in public, be big enough to apologize in public. A scripted message is not the answer. And using children to sell a product in a video while I'm watching it and they're talking about me. Beaumont ISD has been hit with a Category 4 hurricane, and it will leave our city for us to rebuild. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rachel Waldrop.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Waldrop, and I'm a parent of a child in the district who has been diagnosed with ADHD, ODD, oppositional defiant disorder, and anxiety. I know firsthand the importance that behavior interventionists and campus wellness coordinators are to the success of a student like my child. For many families, these positions are not extra support. They are the difference between a child failing and a child thriving. Behavior interventionists help students learn how to regulate emotions, manage behaviors, and stay in the classroom where learning happens. They work directly with teachers and parents to create strategies to keep students engaged instead of constantly being removed from instruction. Campus wellness coordinators provide crisis intervention, emotional support, counseling group, family resources, and connections to community services. They are often the first people called when a student is in emotional distress or a family is struggling outside of school. Beaumont ISD specifically states that wellness coordinators provide crisis intervention, behavioral support, counseling, and coordination of community resources for students and families. These services are clearly needed in our district. Beaumont ISD serves more than 15,800 students. Approximately 13.1% of those students receive educational support or Section 501 support. That represents more than 2,000 children. Nearly half of Beaumont ISD students are also identified at risk for dropping out. Yet, currently, Beaumont ISD only has 13 student wellness coordinators serving 25 campuses district-wide. These professionals are carrying enormous responsibilities, and many campuses are also understaffed when it comes to 504 coordinators, even though there are 504 teams to help with accommodations. Without adequate staffing, students fall through the cracks, teachers become overwhelmed, and families struggle to navigate the system alone. As a parent, I can tell you these services matter. My child depends on them for stability, academic success, and emotional safety at school. I ask this board to continue protecting and strengthening these positions, not reducing them. Supporting staff members means supporting students and families who rely on BISD every single day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pamela Celestine.
Good evening, Superintendent Massey, Board of Managers. It's good to be here. Partnerships. To Beaumont families, educators, and community members, Future Forward Community Schools is exploring a new 6, 7, 8 middle school charter school model designed to support students through strong relationships, academic readiness, individualized learning pathways, and enhance social, emotional, and behavior supports before high school begins. Their goal is not to compete with Beaumont schools, but to work and partner alongside the community to help strengthen student readiness and long-term success. They believe that when students enter high school more confident, prepared, and supported, the entire Beaumont community benefits. They are committed to listening first and learning directly from families, students, and educators, and community leaders about what students need most during the middle school years. They want to invite you, Board of Managers and the Superintendent, of the upcoming community event at the Future Forward Community Conversation, May 28th, next Thursday from 5:30 to 7:30 at Beaumont location of Toasted Yolk Beaumont location. They want you to meet their team It's free food, free conversation, and to share their voice and complete surveys to shape what could be a future-ready middle school support that could help the Beaumont students. This is from their executive director of WAKE program, Madeline Black. She quotes Helen Keller, "Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much." Again, it's Thursday, May 28th from 5:30 to 7:30. Toasted Yolk, Beaumont location. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greg Landry.
Greg Landry, 5190 Tennyson. Good evening. My message is just mainly to the Board of Managers, and I want to give you a little bit of background on myself because I kind of had a different path how I got where I'm in today. I started teaching in Port Arthur, Texas in 1996, and back then I took an oath. They actually had an oath, probably that y'all took when you got sworn in, and some of y'all probably have taken this oath twice, where you affirm to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of Texas. And then, to make a long story short, my children were small. I coached for extra money. I coached track, coached volleyball, coached football. I started in middle school, but I wanted to teach high school in the social studies. I got certified in 6 areas. And then, there's the money thing with teachers. And so I ended up becoming a professional drug dealer. I worked for one of the largest cartels in the world. That's what I tell my students, but actually I worked for Merck. I was a sales rep. That gets their attention, though. And I didn't like sales. I didn't really believe what I was doing. Anyway, I got lucky, and I got a job at one of the local refineries as a process operator. The money's good, but it's 12-hour shifts. You spend a lot of time at the refinery. Worked a lot of overtime, worked through hurricanes. Anyway, I ended up leaving that to get back into teaching. I got hired at Lamar Institute of Technology, so I have 3 years of college-level teaching. But it was only as an adjunct, and I was waiting for an opening to come up. Didn't come up. So that brings me to where I am now. I'm a teacher at Westbrook. I've been there for 4 years. If I would have not been so lazy when I was younger, I would have got a master's degree, and I could be teaching college right now. That's really my goal. But here's my main concern, going back to the Constitution, is I feel this process with the state is overwhelming because we just have a commissioner that's appointed, not elected. Then we have the district getting taken over, and we have you guys as our trustees. And my wish is that you listen to us, and I just hope you don't rubber stamp so many decisions, that you actually talk to the teachers. I'm at Westbrook. I have a contract. I'm going to stay. I'm going to try this new system. But my main concern is I read a lot, and I have a book right here called School World Order. It's the Technocratic Globalization of Corporatized Education. This system, and I'm learning more about it, seems to come from the Soviet Union. I know that's kind of bold, but y'all are going to hear from me a lot as I do my research. I got all summer, but I wish sometime you'd reach out to me. But I just want to say God bless each and every one of you, and God save the Republic. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lakeisha Bush. That concludes public comment.
Okay, we will now move to the budget presentation.
Were you on public comment?
I did sign up. Bridget Smith? Bridget Smith, I signed up and emailed it to yesterday.
Go ahead and let her speak.
Hello, my name is Bridget Smith. I am a teacher at Peach MacArthur. My concerns, or the concerns of the teachers, is still with the unlocked doors. We just feel like our students are not safe, and we are not safe in case of something happening, and the doors are open but not locked. I think any administrator has a key, a master key, that they can open the door and come on in. And another concern is the uncertainty of teachers. Right now, I'm afraid, I am going out, I'm retiring this year, but I hear a lot of teachers, a lot of good teachers that is leaving the district. They leaving the district because they don't know. We don't know what the outcome's gonna be. We don't know what the salary is gonna be. We don't know what's gonna go on with our children. We're in the classroom, we're teaching, we're faithful, but we feel like we're being left out of the whole process, and it's not fair. And I'm afraid we're gonna be like the last takeover. We're not gonna have enough teachers to start school because teachers are leaving by the groves. They are truly leaving because they don't know what's going on right now. We don't know what's gonna happen with behavior. We don't know what's gonna happen with our job. We don't even know if we will have a job. And for that problem, we have teachers that have families, and they are going to go to somewhere they know what's going on, to right here where they don't know what's going on. We need clarity. I know that you told us to give you a year, and I want you to know that we are trying to give a year, but the teachers are afraid, and you're losing them by the droves. I know for a fact that there's 10 teachers at my school that's gone. Y'all have to get better. Y'all have to do better.
Thank you. Okay. We will now move to the budget presentation. I will turn it over to Superintendent Massey and her team.
Thank you. Cheryl is going to be presenting, our Chief Finance Officer.
Good evening. Tonight's budget presentation is going to be more of an overview to kind of bring the board up on school finance a little bit, because I know some of you have not been involved in school business before. It's a little bit different than in the real world. I call the outside of school business the real world. But we're just going to highlight our resources and our expenditures that we receive as a school district. In June, that is the time that we're going to ask the board to adopt 3 budgets. General fund is the operating budget. It houses all of our teacher pay. The majority of our teachers that are paid out of there, the maintenance, we pay for utilities, everything to operate a school district. The Nutrition Services Fund is our child nutrition fund. It is a self-sustaining fund currently. We are CEP, Community Eligibility Provision, because the majority of our students are eligible to receive free breakfast and free lunch. So most of this comes from the federal government, the reimbursements. They pay the salaries of our food service workers as well as for the food. And then we have our debt service fund. Back in 2008, the district issued a whole bunch of bonds, 357 million somewhere. I don't know the exact amount. When I got hired in 2015, we still owed over 300 million, but currently we're under 160 million. For the past 10 years, we've been refunding bonds and defeasing bonds. In fact, we had a defeasement this week where we paid off $7 million worth of bonds early, kind of like paying your mortgage early. We can do that up until this year, so this will be the last year that we do it, and we levy a tax to be able to pay for these bonds, and we will ask the board to adopt tax rates in probably August or September. We cannot do that until we receive our certified values from the appraisal district. Okay, so this is just a budget timeline overview. We start this budget process in October or November for the next school year and begin planning what we feel like our enrollment's going to be, what our ADA is going to be. We're going to project revenues. We're going to see what's going on with all of the different types of revenues that we receive. And then throughout the process, we meet with departments. We look at how they're spending their budgets. We're looking at their current budget at the time, as well as kind of projecting what we think that they're going to need for the next year. And we're always constantly looking at personnel because that's the majority of our expenditures. We have we're in the people business pretty much because we serve children and we have to have people to be able to serve them. So we're going to be asking the board to adopt in June the budget for 26-27. Our fiscal year begins July 1st. And then school starts in August, and then we go through June 30th. Okay, so we're getting down to the end of the wire for this school year. We will end in June 30th, and then we'll be audited by our auditors for this year. HB2 compliance. Last year, the state gave us some money. They didn't give us a lot of money. They gave a lot to the teachers because they implemented a teacher retention allotment, which ranged from $2,500 to $5,000, depending on the number of years that a teacher had an experience. And you were supposed to give it to the teachers, and we receive it back from the state each month, depending on how many teachers are reported through our PEAM system. We report everything to the state. They know how we spend our money because everything that we do, we have certain codes that we code a teacher as a teacher, we code an administrator as an administrator. They know what everybody does, they know what every kid is, and they know where all our money goes because of all the codes, and we call that PEAMS, is the reporting system that we use to the state. So when the state gave this money, they gave it to us where you have to make sure that your 23-24 salary for a teacher includes this increase, and the districts receive this money. Whether they're funded through a grant or whether they're funded through the general fund, we receive reimbursements for this. We also received a tad bit of little money for everybody else. So it didn't go very far. And if you know anything about school funding, the only way we get really new money is if we get more kids or we get kids to come to school. There's no way for us to get any new money. So you see, a lot of times school districts are suffering and trying to balance budgets. They're adopting deficit budgets because the state hasn't given us any new way to get new money. Fortunately for us, I don't know if it's really fortunately, but they did give us a new regional insurance allotment. Our district has been hit by several hurricanes, and our spend for property insurance was right around almost $8 million for our schools. We weren't even fully insured. We only could insure up to a certain amount, and we were spending $8 million compared to other districts in the state. Their insurance, because we have to carry windstorm because of the hurricanes. And I guess y'all know it because you have to have your homeowners, yeah. If you live in Lumberton, you don't have to have that, just in case you want to know that. Why, I don't know if you go over the bayou, you'd have no wind over there, I guess. But we have to pay for that, and the state did kick in some money for that. So we know that we've got it this year, and we know that we're going to get it next year, and that has helped us to be able to balance the budget. But there's some things that we will still have to continue on because the state requires us to, okay? But we're making sure that we're in compliance. We're also doing some other things that the state's offering with teacher incentive allotments. When you can incentivize your teachers, you can get some extra money for the state, so we're implementing some things like that. So we're going to talk about revenue. What impacts our revenue the most? Well, students coming to school, it does help. So when we look at our revenue for students, this is a graph that shows from 21 to 22 to what we're projecting for this next school year. We have lost a number of students. And if you'll look at that line that's down below it, that's the number of times the kids actually come to school. So in 21-22, we had 16,769 kids that only came 14,607.66 times. So you get credit for each day out of the 100 and probably 75 days that kids come to school. They're only coming to school between 92, 91%. We're projecting 90%. We're being generous there for this next school year. 90% of the time, so they're missing an average of 20 days a school year on the average. Now, there's some kids that miss more, and we have some kids that actually have perfect attendance. So it just all together averages out. That drives a lot of our revenue. If we could increase our attendance by 1%, going from 90 to 91%, it would generate an additional $1 million, which we could use for teacher raises or what have you. Looking at this trend for the state, this is from the state, 21-22, you can see it's 92.2. We were at 86.9 that school year. And now the state average is 93.8%, and then ours is projected at that was 24-25, so it's 90.3. Ever since COVID, there has been a shift of school is not as important as it used to be. And before, if you look at years prior to this, the averages were a lot higher. But they're creeping back up, and kids will come back to school, hopefully, and hopefully we'll be able to learn more. Attendance does help in test scores. Another revenue impact is tax rates and our taxes. The district levies a tax each year based off of our property values, and we have a formula that's used to calculate how much the district keeps of that tax revenue. If a lot of people think, oh, my home value went up, I'm gonna pay more taxes, the district has more money. Not the case. The formula is you get the same amount of money if you got the same amount of kids. If your property values go up and I collect more taxes from you, the state's gonna reduce the amount that they're giving us. So there's an inverse relationship between the two because the state doesn't give us any new way to get new money yet, but we'll have to see. But a lot of people talk about the VADER. I know y'all have heard about it. You probably, hopefully voted for it. But in 2024, we asked the voters for a voter approval tax rate election, and we levied an additional 9 pennies. Those pennies, we have access to them every year from that day forward. It generated additional money for the district. That was really another way we could do to get more money. But the maximum amount of pennies that are available is only 17, and we're up to 14. And so if we levied those other 3, we wouldn't get the maximum value of it because we would have to turn around and give some of that money back to the state because our property values per wealth per student is higher than the state average. Okay, so they consider us, they used to call it Chapter 41, now it's Chapter 49. Thank you. So every penny that we generate, you would have to give a portion to the state, so you really don't want to ask your voters to, hey, give me some more pennies, but I'm going to send your money to the state. So we didn't do that. We stopped at the 9 pennies. So we get this money every year, but it's not new money anymore. We've committed it to recurring expenditures. We raised teacher salaries. We were not competitive enough, so we raised them so that we could be very competitive in our area. We haven't raised them enough to where we can compete with Houston, but we are competitive here. Our tax rate history, even though we raised the tax rate on for our Vader, we actually lowered the tax rate that year. And that's because we had been defeasing debt. We were holding that INS rate the same, paying off debt early. So during the Vader, we just didn't pay off as much debt and raised the M&O side so that we had access to funds that we could actually use for different things other than paying off debt. Okay? But we're projecting this year that our tax rate is probably going to be around 87 cents. So people will see, or they will pay less taxes because we're going to lower the tax rate, and that's mainly due to the debt service rate. We will not be holding it constant because the legislature changed the rules on how you could defease debt, so we won't be doing that this next year, or we won't be asking the board to approve that. Okay? These are our historical certified values. For this area, we had consistently have seen growth, and a lot of it had to do recently, with the plant expansions. We have got a lot of construction going on. So as the values go up, you think, okay, we're going to have some more money, and we're not. One thing that the district does have going for us, and we have several Chapter 313 agreements that was under the tax code where cities and counties can have businesses come and ask them for a tax abatement because they want to come do business, and they say, hey, if I'm going to come do business with you, I don't want to pay taxes for a few years. School districts don't have that luxury. We don't have a provision in the tax code where we can negotiate deals with our taxpayers. So they could make application and do an agreement with the school district where we share, like getting extra money. We call it in lieu of payments, and we receive one-time payments in these agreements. They're not in the school funding formula, so it doesn't keep us, it doesn't hurt us to have that extra money, but it ends as soon as that agreement ends. So we don't like to put that money into recurring expenditures. We want it one time. So we are building a transportation building from our one-time funds. We didn't have to go to the voters and ask for bonds because we set aside money for a few years, and we were able to build that transportation building without asking the voters for additional funds. And so those type things, we purchase laptops. We purchased 8 buses this year. We're starting a replenishment program with our buses because we bought all new buses at one time, and the warranty went out all at the same time. So now we are having to maintain those buses, so we had to start a replenishment program. So those one-time funds have been used for different things like that. When we couldn't give a raise in years past, we would utilize those one-time funds to give a Christmas stipend to all of the employees because we couldn't give them a raise, so we gave them something because it's nice to get a little bit something. So those type things have been consistent over the years, but one day those things are going to end and we're not going to have those, so we can't put it into something that's going to keep going past that time. So another thing that impacts our revenue is when we lose students and we have a decrease, and we are projecting a decrease in students for next year. We have consistently lost between 300 and 500 students, so our enrollment is going to be projected at 15,308. I think as of today we have 15,692. I check it daily, because I need to know where we are. And so our average daily attendance is going to be projected at 13,252. We're going to see a decrease in our state aid because I'm losing students. My tax revenue may go up, but I'm still going to lose that state revenue because I've lost students, okay? And then we've lost some other revenues. Our interest revenue is going to be lower. I don't know if y'all have noticed, but interest rates are coming down a little bit. And then we've also lost some SHARS money. The federal program for SHARS reimbursement with our special education services that we have for our students, the government is decreasing the amount that they're paying for that. So we're anticipating that, and we've already got it budgeted. I'm sorry, I've got to take a drink. Some people say I talk too much. So, for the general fund, our revenues, for local revenues, we've got $118,458,000. And state revenue, you can see the decrease down to $65 million. Federal revenues, we've got, we've made adjustments this year already for our federal revenue for the SHARS reimbursements. So that's already been lowered to $2,475,000, but you can see when we adopted the budget, we had $4 million in federal revenue, and we had to adjust down to the 2.4. So our total revenue overall is $186 million. Does anybody have any questions so far on revenues, anything that I've discussed?
I have a question. Okay, could you make it plain for me to see for the school year 20, 25, 26, or even 24, 25, the amount of money that Beaumont Independent School District lost for kids not coming to school?
Well, we lost, I mean, when you say we lost, you can't lose something if you never had it.
That we didn't get.
Okay, that we didn't get. So if you looked at the state average, we would probably have about, if we were earning revenue at 93% and not the 90%, the district would probably have $4 million more to use.
Really?
Yes. Now, when we start a school year, we're looking at enrollment like the first day of school, because we've got expenditures associated with this, and as we've lost over the years, if we didn't budget enough for a loss, we are adjusting based off of that classroom, because if you don't have the students, you don't need the teachers. So typically when we have started school years, we've had substitutes in teachers, and so we can eliminate things like that. I'm not certain how we're going to do it with the new instructional model, but we will, work through that, okay? We make adjustments always. We're always looking at stuff constantly.
Thank you.
Okay. And I hope I answered your question.
You answered my question.
Okay. Okay, great.
And Cheryl, let me just also respond to that in the sense that we made enrollment projections for next year already at a loss. And so the FTEs we gave for every campus was based on projections. So we believe we have the right number of teachers allocated for each campus at this point, and we hope we don't have to lose any additional ones based on dropped enrollment.
Yes. That is correct.
Thank you.
So now we're going to talk about expenditures, and the majority of our expenditures are in personnel, and the majority of those personnel are in instruction or instructional related services. When we report to TEA our expenditures, they give us certain codes that we have to use, whether this person is in a classroom, or if they're in the nurse's office, or if they're in the library, or if they're in the maintenance department. Everybody has a code. So we can look at even, they tell how much we're spending in each of those areas. The next biggest expenditure that we have is facilities and operations, because I've got, $6 million in property insurance that I got to pay, and I got $11 million in utilities. So there's a lot of expenditures that go on. That's not even counting the maintenance department and how much money they spend to repair things around the district, plumbing costs and everything else. And then we have general administration, instructional school leadership. Those are the personnel that are on the schools. And so we're in the process of looking at departments as we have lost students over the several years. We don't just reduce in the classroom. We reduce in other areas where we can. We have lost many personnel in the administration building. We reduced $1 million worth of personnel last year, and we are absorbing positions as we can, because you can't just hit the classroom, because then everything gets skewed. You have to look at everywhere, and we have done that. We also have seen with a lot of the things that have gone on, Uvalde and all, we've increased safety and security for our students considerably over the last several years by adding the armed security guards that are now required by TEA. Now, they did give us a little bit of funding. It didn't cover a full FTE, but they gave us a little bit of funding, so that has helped. And then, you know, everything that we're trying to do is to drive student success, okay? So this is just a quick breakdown of our expenditures. We're just showing you by payroll costs, professional services, supplies and materials. We are still working on this and moving things around and making sure that we've got the funds available to implement the new instructional model. Now, the total expenditures that we have that we're trying to stay within are $186,334,000. That may look very familiar because it's the same as what the revenues were, because we are going to bring the board a balanced budget for this next school year. Okay. One of the things that we had to face also is our health insurance. We had a heavy usage on our plan, and we have had to go out to bid every year to fund our health insurance plans, and we received very high premiums this year for employees. The district has contributed $460 per month per employee for the last 10 years that I know that I've been here, and I think it goes back even further than that. But to meet the Affordable Care Act, we are going to have to increase that contribution to $500 per month per employee, so that our employees will be able to afford the insurance according to the formulas that our consultant has provided for us. We are building this into the budget so that when we ask the board to adopt it, we're still going to bring a balanced budget. But this is one of the biggest things, because the cost for that is about $871,000 just to increase that. And we have a fund balance projection. This is very raw numbers. We quickly did that this week, and just to let you know, our fund balance is $62.9 million from the previous year. That is our unassigned fund balance. And we typically want to stay within 3 months of operating expenditures, because our big revenue doesn't start or our cash flow, if you want to say it like that. I like to say cash flow. It really doesn't come in till the taxes start coming in December and January. So we want to have that cash on hand to make payroll. There's some districts that don't have a good fund balance, and they have to borrow money just to make payroll, so that's an added expense to their budget, because they're going to have to pay interest on the money that they're borrowing. So fortunately, we have not had to do that. And when we've had hurricanes, when are they? September. So my money hadn't come in yet, so I've got to pay these companies to come in and dry out our schools. So we want to actually have a little bit more than 3 months, because sometimes I have a hurricane. I'm not claiming one, Not by any chance, I'm just letting you know. And then the district also receives federal funds. And these are a list of the largest federal funds that we have, Title I, and we typically fund additional support to our campuses by adding personnel, and those are typically charged to all of these. The Head Start, the whole $4 million is paying for Bingman Head Start. The district does have to do some like kinds. We have to provide 10 FTEs to that program out of the general fund, as well as that, and then as well as transportation costs associated. So there's a lot of things that we do to supplement that program. And then lastly, we have our debt service payments. This is our debt service schedule. In 2038, our bonds will be paid off and we won't have to levy that tax any longer. But this was as of just before we did that defeasance this week, so the amount is actually going to be a little bit less for this year, but this was the schedule where we're paying between $18 to $20 million a year. When I was first hired, those annual debt service payments were $30 million. So as we've defeased and paid off early, we've reduced the amount that we have to levy a tax on. And that's all I have, so y'all can ask a lot of questions if you want.
May I ask a question? Okay. So what, it looked like, and correct me if I'm wrong, that our student enrollment drop is pretty significant. What is causing that?
Well, it's hard to say. We've had a lot of charter schools in the area. There was one that recently opened up a secondary part of their school this year, and we see some students leaving us in the middle school area, and sometimes it's really hard to say. We know that a lot of our students do go to charter schools.
So it's not necessarily that they are leaving the area, they're just going to a different school. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Hernandez.
Thank you.
Our next item on the agenda is the intruder detection and audit. Superintendent Massey and Chief Marlborough, will you please share the information on this item?
Chief Marlborough will share the information.
Good evening, President Wheeler, Board of Managers, and Superintendent Massey. This evening's presentation is going to be in reference to the intruder detection audit. So back in 2022, May of 2022, after the tragedy of Uvalde, our governor, along with our commissioner and the Texas School Safety Center, they put in place the intruder detection audits. These audits, of course, were designed to help ensure that we were helping to keep all of our students safe. The components of the audit dealt with 4 components. One, of course, is intruder unauthorized accessibility, and it's when the auditor would actually go around to see if they can gain access into the schools. Second, of course, dealt with the exterior doors, right? This deals with the audit having to go around checking each door to ensure that all of the doors are secure. This component also may deal with doors, of course, that may be on the inside of the campus that may be detached from the building. So those doors, of course, should also be secured, and if they're not secured, it should be monitored by a representative. So in the event of an emergency, they would be able to secure that door. The third thing, of course, deals with weekly door logs. These door logs are required to be kept on campus. The auditors basically needs to see that each campus have copies of documentation that door sweeps are being conducted. And lastly, of course, is classroom doors. Of course, if the district has in place a policy that deals with doors, whether they're open or not open, the state, of course, will evaluate you on that status. Our last audit, of course, was recently this past May of 2026, May 5th, of course. There was one flag or violation, of course, that was noted. As a result of that, the district has 60 days, of course, to do a corrective action plan and to put in place and to submit that plan to TEA. The official deadline would be July 5th. Of course, we do plan to have that report submitted to TEA by tomorrow afternoon. One of the things, of course, that will be required for the training deals with in-person training. So we're required to conduct in-person training for all of our staff, which also include our administrators as well as our substitutes, to ensure that they are familiar with the safety components that helps to ensure campus safety. Also, we're required to submit the training documentations, of course, to the state with all of those representative signatures on the training, so the state has documentation of that as well. We have to develop a corrective action plan for the campus that helps to ensure that we're strengthening the campus safety as well as the procedures that goes along with keeping campuses safe. We must also post a public notice to the board agenda so that the public, of course, is aware that we are making mention, of course, of the corrective action findings or the intruder detection audit findings that we did have. Finally, of course, deals with reviewing the findings at our next quarterly safety and security meeting. To date, we have completed all 26 of our campuses, so we're 100% completed. Thank you. We have also, that consisted, of course, of 15 of our elementary campuses, 5 of our middle schools, as well as 6 of our high schools to ensure they were all completed. That pretty much consists of this brief information regarding the intruder detection audit. Does anyone have any questions in reference to that?
Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
So, just kind of reiterate the intruder detection systems here. Our perimeter for all our schools are secure.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I have a quick question.
Yes,
you
ma'am.
mentioned, I believe, that there was corrective action required on a particular situation. Could you explain that to us, please?
Sure. So in the event the auditors, once they go to a campus, and of course the 4 areas, of course, that they assessed, in the event they do find a door that is unsecured, then of course we're flagged or cited as a result of that. And if in fact you are cited, then the campus, of course, is required, of course, to receive additional safety training as it relates to safety measures for that campus. Of course, the district is also required to put in place a corrective action plan. That corrective action plan is required to be submitted to the state within 60 days, right? It consists of several different things, as which I just completed what I went over. Those things are required to go along with the information that is submitted to TEA for them to evaluate that all corrective action components have been met. Once that is completed, of course, then we are cleared in that particular area. Again, we have completed all of our campuses, so we will not have any more audits for our district ending of this school year. However, they definitely will start it again the next school year coming up.
So, and was it a broken door or something like that, or a door that, what would?
No, ma'am. Actually, it was a door that was
If I may, Ms. Lister, I'm sorry, I apologize to interrupt. I would recommend that discussions regarding specific security issues be discussed in closed session, so as specific security incidents are not broadcast to the public.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I will turn it over to Superintendent Massey for her presentation on the future of BISD, followed by her report on student outcomes.
Do you still have the clicker? Oh, great. Good afternoon, Board. Thank you for allowing me to do this presentation this afternoon or this evening. I do want to do a presentation just about every time I come before you because I want the community to know what's going on. And honestly, if I had more hours in the day, they would already know more. I've done 2 teacher meetings, invited the entire audience of teachers that we have here to those meetings so that they could see what's happening. But I also want the community to know. I want you to know. And so we're doing the best we can to get information out as fast as possible. So we are going to start with the past. This is going to be a very quick look at the data from last school year because we do not yet have data from this school year yet. But this does show just an overall picture of where our A, B, C, D, and F schools fall in Beaumont by a map. So you can see that this is not a zip code issue. This is a systemic issue. We see D and Fs all over the city, not in a specific location. A bigger concern that I have is actually Domain 1. And for those of you not that familiar with the way the state sets out their scores, you get a score the best of growth or the best of achievement. So if your score is higher in growth, that means a student grew from 3rd grade to 5th grade or 4th grade to 6th grade. That growth, if it outweighs an achievement score, then you get that score. For the most part, Beaumont has been getting their scores based on growth. These are actually the achievement ratings. So we have 23 of 26 schools that are right now functioning at grade level. 12 Fs, 5 Ds, 6 Cs, no Bs, and the 1A, which is our collegiate academy. We have other issues as well, including attendance, graduation rate, SAT, but my biggest concern is STAR reading proficiency at 31% across the district and STAR math proficiency at 18% across the district. This is a very low bar. So I want to talk to you about the instructional plan that we're going to implement this next school year. And we're going to start with a picture of success. And I want to frame this for you because I'm sure people are really tired of hearing about Houston. But the idea of the model that we are implementing here is a very similar model to Houston. And why? Because of the success that Houston has had. Extreme success. And just the picture of it here. Starting just 3 years ago, we don't have a 3rd year of data for Houston yet, but 3 years ago, they had 121 DNF campuses. In just 2 years of this model that we're going to implement here, they've gone to only 18 D campuses and 0 F campuses. But on the flip side of that, because the model isn't just about raising low performers, it's also about raising high performers. And so on the other side, they started with 93 A and B campuses, and they are now at 197 A and B campuses in just 2 years. And my guess is when this data comes out this summer from the 3rd year, you may not see any D campuses at all in HISD. This is what you can expect from Houston, and this is what you can expect from Beaumont. Now, this is what it actually means. When you see scores, and people talk about testing, it's not about the test, it's not about the test. Here's what the test does. It tells you how much students have learned. It tells you that across the district, you have much better readers. You have more proficient students in math. They are catching up to grade level and exceeding grade level. And ultimately, higher scores on tests mean kids' lives are changing. Their trajectory is changing. That is what the difference is. It's not about a test score, it's about a life changed, confidence built. This is the difference. And that's why we are bringing this model to Beaumont. Here's the core belief that I wrote. You guys talked about it with me. This is really important to me. And I've refined it since our conversation. We believe every student's success is our responsibility. That means adult. It is an adult responsibility, but the future of Beaumont is in our students. And because of this belief, yes, every student will be known, supported, challenged, and prepared. And that is not a job that falls on one position. It is a job that falls on every single person in the entire district, every parent, every community member, to help every BISD student be known, supported, challenged, and prepared. It is not on one person. It is not on one position. This is on all of us. And we accomplish this vision by exceptional teaching being the norm. I know what exceptional teaching looks like. I trained it at 273 schools, and I will train it in 26. Leadership will be accountable, and measurable growth will happen in every classroom every day. I have no doubt about it. This is Beaumont. So here's what's changing for schools. How leaders are being developed, how instruction is being delivered, how curriculum will be aligned, and how talent will impact the learning, and how the culture will be created and sustained. These are the 5 things I want to take you through right now. We're going to start with leadership development. I'm not going to talk about those because I'm going to lead you right into them. We are adding a schools department here. They didn't have a good heavy lift on the schools department. You were depending on 2 people to train and grow and move 26 schools. That is not a task that's easily done by just 2 people. And we are bulking up the schools department to be more successful. So we do have a deputy chief of schools, and then we have 4 what we call executive directors of school leadership. These executive directors will be in charge of about 5 to 7 schools each, which will give them a lot of time. Instead of 1 person over about 13 schools, 1 person will be over 5 to 7 schools. It will give them so much more possibility of coaching, training, developing, and helping people get better faster. But then in addition to that, if you look at those bottom 2 boxes, we are bringing to the district an ED of school operations. This means where we had 2 people running everything for a school, not just instructionally, but operationally. Now we're going to have an executive director completely focused on all the operational side of the district. So any one of those schools that are in this side, any one of those 13 to 14 schools are going to have an executive director that's focused on helping principals build a targeted improvement plan, helping them plan for their grievances, helping them plan for all of their paperwork, any kind of facility need, lawn maintenance, anything that's distracting from instruction, there's going to be a support person for that principal, which makes the instructional EDs focused. They are 100% there to grow and develop instruction, leaders, capacity, and improve student outcomes. Here's the most uncomfortable thing that teachers are going to have to deal with. It's called coaching in the moment. And if you'll just give me a little bit of leverage here, I'm going to use a sports analogy. And I'm going to use my favorite team because they need a lot of coaching, the Dallas Cowboys. So listen up. I'm using this as an analogy because, listen, these are all pictures that I took from the Dallas Cowboys practices. Not the game, the practices. And the point is this, in every single picture, who do you see? A coach. In every picture. They're on the field in practice. They're helping them all the time in the moment. You know why? Because in practice, if you're not getting feedback and coaching in the moment, you're not going to be able to implement it in the game. You got to have it in practice. So even in the game, yes, they're still getting coaching and feedback. Every play, all the time, whether it's being whispered in their ear for the play or whether it's on the sideline. You're constantly getting coaching and feedback. It matters. No sports team could actually function without it. You would certainly not be successful. But not only do the coaches give you a lot of hard feedback, they also cheer you on. And this is what the schools team is here to do. They're going to coach them, give them feedback in practice, on the field, and support them and cheer them on. It wasn't just last week that I was at a school that I saw one of the best teachers I've seen so far here. Her name was Miss Thomas, and I could not help myself but call her over to the side and give her a hug and tell her how proud I was of her as a teacher. And that is what you do as a coach. You don't just give feedback. You also honor and protect and respect what is growing and what is getting better. And it's just like a football team. No one would expect a football team to go on the field without a coach. No one would expect that. And so, of course, If you're going to get teachers to get better, they need support, they need coaching. And my guess is here they haven't had enough of that. And because they haven't had enough of it, it is scary as all get out. It is fearful. I hear the people, and I know and I understand. It is difficult to get coaching in the moment, to get critical feedback, and to be pushed to grow. I do understand that. But I want to give you the research behind it. This isn't just a made-up thing that we want to do. It is research-based. So let's look at Joyce and Showers from the Transfer of Training Research. They say theory alone does not significantly change educators' practice. Here are the 4 things they say. Demonstration helps somewhat. Practice increases implementation. But feedback improves transfer, and coaching creates sustained implementation. This is educational, not just a football team. Here's another piece of evidence. They say their research showed that when adults received training alone, transfer into actual practice was low. But when coaching was added, implementation rates skyrocketed, 80 to 90%. This is what happened to Houston. It wasn't about a specific model, so to speak. It wasn't about a curriculum, so to speak. All those things play into it. But the number one factor in any change is actually coaching and feedback. This is the number one thing. You do have to have a good coach. You do have to have good curriculum. You do have to have a good principal. You have to have a great teacher in the classroom. But the more coaching and feedback they get, the better they get. John Hattie, very popular name in education, for those of you not in education. He says, he clarified that the most powerful feedback is not evaluative, but feedback that helps someone understand where they are, where they are going, and what to do next. I don't know about you, but to me that sounds like coaching. It sounds like giving them feedback, helping them understand what's next. So here's the way we're going to do it here in Beaumont, because I'm not the same as other superintendents. I'm doing it my way. So when you're evaluated, it's going to be digital. You're going to get a score. It's going to form your evaluation. I'm not going to let that happen more than 4 times in a month. 3 to 4 times a month is the max that can happen. Coaching is going to be the number one priority. And when you're coaching, a principal, an assistant principal will not be allowed to have anything in their hand. They will not score. They will join the teacher as in modeling, as a co-teacher. They'll get face-to-face feedback right there in the moment, and change will happen right then and there as support. And then the next day, after they've coached and given feedback, they can show up and give that score. But the first thing will be to support, to coach, to get them better before they coach them on the field in front of kids. And then a score comes out. And another thing I'm going to do is make sure that we're going to score in September, but none of those scores will count. It will be for the sake of learning and growing and getting used to the coaching and feedback. Remember, principals are going to have to learn to give coaching and feedback too. They're not great at it yet. But that's our job, the schools department. Mr. Deputy Superintendent Joseph Sotelo, he's leading that side of the house, and he's going to help grow this team fast. And if you guys, all of you have been on walks with me, you've seen me coach and give feedback every single time. We're practicing it now. Here's the big picture about coaching in the moment. Educators don't improve because they attended a training. Everybody knows that. Every single one of you that's ever been to a training, you can come back and probably never even remember what you learned. You improve because someone helped you translate expectations into repeated daily action. And yes, it comes with accountability, but it also comes with modeling and support. And that's what actually helps refine your practices. My heart, my mind, my soul is to support. So that's coaching in the moment. The next part of developing leaders is actually leadership academies. Devondria Douglas, our Executive Director of Academies. She also is with me all the time, everywhere I go. She's going to be leading these academies, the Teacher Leader Academy, the Aspiring Assistant Principal Academy, and the Aspiring Principal Academy. We will grow these programs, but the idea is that we will develop people fast, also give them opportunities to expand their leadership. And my hope is that, especially with the Teacher Leader Academy, Cheryl will find a way, because I will make her find a way, to give lead teachers a 50-50 model, which means as they learn this model and they get great at being an instructional coach on campus in our model, because right now we have instructional coaches that I've removed the position for that don't know my model. They don't understand what it really looks like to be urgent and coach in the moment. So I'm asking them to go back into the classroom as a teacher, learn under this model, and then I will give you a 50-50 opportunity where you will teach 50% of the time and be an instructional coach 50% of the time. And over time, you're going to get stipends and base pay that increases. Hopefully, we can get you into Assistant Principal Academy and move you into administration if that's what you want to do. If you want to move to curriculum, we'll move you to curriculum. The idea is that we help teachers get to their ultimate goal, whatever that might be. Curriculum is the next thing on the list that I showed you a while ago. This is really big. Curriculum will be aligned across every school and every campus except for 2. So the preschool, Bingman, will not be aligned because they're the only preschool. So they will be on their own schedule that Prete is working with the principal on, and Ms. Greenwood is actually here in the audience today. Thank you for being here. We are going to make sure the preschool matches what preschool needs. Everybody else, other than preschool, it's so funny because the only 2 people that are getting away from the model we're doing is actually at the very bottom and the very top. So the preschool and the Collegiate Academy. And because the Collegiate Academy is actually aligned to college courses, they're aligned to get an associate's degree. And by the way, I attended Lamar College graduation this week, and we had 64 BISD candidates from one school graduate with an associate's degree. Out of 68 seniors at the Collegiate Academy, 64 graduated with a full associate's degree. You do not understand how difficult that is. I led a P-Tech Academy, Collegiate Academy at my school in Dallas, and we could not get there. Of course, ours happened during COVID, so that was really difficult. But we could never get to that kind of percentage. So that is something to be said, and that is why the King Collegiate Academy will be on their own master schedule. They have already asked if we have curriculum that they can use, and we do. So we're excited that they want to use the curriculum, but they don't have to use the curriculum. Every other school in the district will be aligned, and I'll tell you more about that in a second. Now, part of this intervention is that we will be using Bluebonnet curriculum for 3rd through 5th reading and math, and then also 6th, 7th, and 8th math. So we're going to have an aligned curriculum across every school. It means this. If a 3rd grader moves from this side of town to this side of town, they will not miss a lesson. They will not have to wonder where this teacher is. They literally will never miss a lesson. Let me tell you what else is great about this. Every single school, it's going to be easier to grow them, give them coaching and feedback. As we can see, every time we walk onto a campus, I just saw that lesson in 1st period on this campus. Now I'm seeing it in 2nd period on another campus, and I can see the difference in the nuance and who's doing it better, so I can leverage that teacher to grow others or move you over here to do some feedback and coaching. It is so helpful. Here's the other thing. Although lessons are going to be aligned across the entire district, and I shared about that, we're also going to embed the rigor, embed engagement, and allow for differentiation through the writing of the curriculum. Teachers won't have to go home and work on lesson plans like they do right now. The lesson plans will be built for them. They will have slide decks. They will have little mini quizzes. They will have answer keys for those quizzes. They will have differentiated learning and answer keys for that differentiated learning. Here's the next part of the instructional framework. Here is the overall big picture of the instructional framework. Third grade will be on a unique master schedule, all kind of on their own because we have broadened the minutes for English in third grade. Third grade is the founding, well, people like to believe it's the founding grade level for reading. It's not. Pre-K is. And then kindergarten, and then first grade, and then second grade. That's the most important foundation. Listen, I was a pre-K teacher. I was a kindergarten teacher for 7 years. I was a second grade teacher after that. I didn't get into middle school and high school until 10 years into my education. I understand preschool through second grade is the foundation. That is where we're going to get our bang for our buck. But we're going to go with what TEA is doing with third grade, a unique schedule using Bluebonnet. That's what BLB is, Bluebonnet curriculum, to increase third grade reading because it's the first testing year. But fourth through all high school will go to sort of like a block schedule. Everybody will have 90-minute classes, and high school will actually be an AB block. And that's the first year that this is the first year high school is going to go into a block schedule. It's actually going to be so much better for them because we're adding an extra class period on. In 2 days, they'll have 9 classes, and that will give them extra time to earn credits and opportunity to advance or accelerate so they could maybe graduate distinguished. We're going to put in a gradual release system in the teaching and learning. I'm not going to show you that tonight. That can be another lesson. We talked about coaching in the moment. Every single day in this model, there will be a 5-question assessment that the entire district will take across every content so that we can track and actually assess every single school by content, by grade level every day. We don't have to wait for a mid-year test, an end-of-year test to evaluate where our students are. We will be able to compare school to school every day. The staffing support you're going to see in just a second. Here's the engagement strategies we will be focusing on here in Beaumont. I think these are not new. These are research-based. Many, many districts use them. I did not make them up. They do not belong to me. We are just implementing research best practices here. We're doing think, pair, share, having students do written responses, use a whiteboard in math, use group talk, and I like high five meetings because it means students get to stand up and move around the room and talk to different kids. So we're going to train these 5 engagement strategies. Here's the actual instructional model by the 90 minutes. The first 50 minutes is what we call direct instruction. Don't miss here direct instruction meaning lecture. That is not the case. Within the 50 minutes, it will be a gradual release model. The teacher will model, the students will do a lot of paired work together, building their confidence, and then they will have a short time at the end that will be checking for their understanding, called a release, where students independently commit to an answer before they might talk about it. And then you will have that 10-minute mini assessment, that 5-question mini assessment. That assessment will now inform what happens next. By the way, this is just in reading and math. No other subjects will do this particular model, just reading and math, because that's our focus to improve 31% proficiency and 18% proficiency. So this informs where students will go next. If they don't do well on the assessment, they will stay in the room and get an extra 30 minutes on the same subject with a different set of learning materials. Same objective, different materials. With the teacher in a small group at the front of the classroom. The students who mastered this assessment will actually leave the room. And that's what this is. Our differentiation model is called LEAD. If they're a learner, they struggled with the objective, so they stay. If they're established, it means out of the 5 questions, they got 4 right, they're leaving the room. If they're advanced, they got all 5 questions right, they're leaving the room. They will have challenging, objective-aligned work to do independently Monday through Thursday when they leave the room. On Friday, they'll work in pairs, collaboratively, to solve problems together. And then once a month on a Friday, they will be doing design work. If they have mastered most of the objectives for the month, we will send them to the accelerated learning space, and they will do project-based learning with a group of 4, 5, 6 kids. And they will solve a problem throughout the whole day as they move into that space. And they might even have to work on that for a couple of times. We don't know, depending on how complex the project is. So here's the accelerated instructional space. That's where students go that master the objective. Monday through Thursday, they'll do it independently. Fridays, it will be pairs. And then Friday once a month, that design work. This might be in a library. This might be in a classroom. It could be both. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. Now let's talk about special populations. Where do they fit into this model? They absolutely fit in, and this is how we're going to do it here. The first 50 minutes, unless their 504 or IEP forbids them being in the class with their peers, they will be in the class with their peers for the first 50 minutes. They will stay in instruction. And then during that 10-minute DOL, they will actually, those who have a 504, an IEP, or language development acquisition that they need extra time with strategic teachers, they will be pulled and not even do the DOL, except they'll get extra minutes, 30 to 40 minutes, with their teacher of the IEP minutes, with the content of their IEP minutes, with the language acquisition language developer teacher, so that they can continue to grow and develop in their time where they can catch up and close gaps. We don't want to send them to an accelerated learning space, even if they get 5 right, without having the extra support that they need. So they will get all the support they need, but in a different space. And if the teacher believes that they're ready, then we'll make sure that's in their ARD to stay in the room and to do the DOL in the room and to do the reteach in the room. But unless it says so, we're going to make sure they get their minutes. With talent, we really want to ensure that the schools have what they need to not have to have substitutes in the classroom. And this is the solve for that. I can tell you with certainty, in the over 2 years that I spent in Houston in this model, year 1 with the 85 schools doing the model and year 2 with the 130 schools doing the model, not one of those schools ever had to ask a substitute to come in to teach reading or math. Ever, ever, ever. Never happened. Why? Because of these 2 positions right here, which we are adding to the staffing model. The resident teacher is a teacher who has a bachelor's degree, not a teacher yet, but has a bachelor's degree, wanting to learn to be a teacher. They will work on their certification, but they will not be a teacher of record. They will almost be like a full-time sub, but not. They'll be tied to a reading or math teacher in all of the model grades, which is 3rd through 10th, reading and math. And they will learn how to be a great teacher. They'll learn the model. They'll work in professional learning communities, lesson planning with everyone. But yes, because they're an employee, they know the lessons they're planning. If a teacher has to be out, they become the substitute. If a teacher quits, they have to be ready to take in the spot. If a teacher goes on FMLA because they just had a baby and they're taking 12 weeks off, this is the person that goes in the spot. And because curriculum is aligned across every campus every day, that person knows exactly what lesson is coming up, and they will teach the lesson that's coming up. There will never be, in reading and math, a substitute that does not know how to keep our kids moving forward in the right lessons. You will never see a substitute in reading or math in Beaumont ISD 4th through 10th grade, 3rd through 10th grade, because of these 2 positions. And a student support coach is the person that's sitting in the accelerated instructional space that's working with the mastered level kids who left the room. They move into the library, they move into another classroom, they have answer keys, and they just kind of aggressively move about the room, checking, good job, try that one again, good job. They're not teachers. They are associate degreed. They may never want to become a teacher. But this is a great opportunity for them to get a decent salary and help out with what we need in the classroom, which is supporting kids at the higher level and In an emergency situation, they might substitute too. And then the assistant principals and principals would make sure the accelerated learning space stays open. We are keeping librarians. I want to keep them right here, guys. But they are going to serve a dual role. So any librarian that is going to stay, they will have, remember, you saw that 50 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. So for 60 minutes of the hour-and-a-half time frame, they're in the library doing library stuff. The only time they do this dual role is that 30 minutes that students come into their space that have mastered and they're doing independent work that's at a higher level. And she or he will have an answer key, and they'll do what most librarians would do anyway, support students. It's not a complicated role. There's not much extra duty, responsibilities. You get to be a librarian 75% of your day, and you support students the other 25%. It's not a bad deal. It's my way of saying, I don't want libraries to go away. I want to keep libraries. I love kids reading books, and I love librarians. I want to find a way that we can keep the library functioning as a library and use this teacher as a benefit to support kids. Now, we can't give the giant raises everybody is used to seeing in this model, whether it was from the past in Beaumont or whether it's from Houston. We do not have the budget for it, mainly because we don't have the attendance yet to support it. When we can raise attendance, and I believe we can, we will be able to raise teacher salaries. But for now, this is what we're doing to just do the bare minimum to give our DNF schools a boost to help get the best teachers in these campuses. And you know, and I've heard people say, teachers are scared, teachers are leaving by droves. I want to tell any teacher in BISD that's watching this, listening to this, if you've submitted your resignation and you can overcome your fear, I would actually love for you to rescind that resignation and give this a shot. Because I'm not here to fire you. I'm here to support you and to coach you and to grow you. And that is the truth. We are not going to do things here like other districts have done them. I will support you. Give me that chance. I care about you. And I want you to be successful. And that includes the special education teachers. All right, the last thing on my agenda is culture. I know this has been long. I apologize. But a culture to me is the number one factor. And this is going to hit a little bit hard to home. It's going to hit hard right to the people of Beaumont. But I cannot soften reality. The reality is we have 23 schools who are not where they need to be. They are not at grade level. 23 that are not at grade level in Domain 1. I cannot soften that. And I won't soften it. But here is the important thing. A high-performing culture requires change. It requires everyone to rise to the occasion and say, I probably don't know it all. And yes, I know you're great teachers. I know you believe you are doing everything that you can. Please believe I can give you more. Because I know in my heart I can. And I will if you will give me a chance. But you have to have this mindset of having a high-performing culture. It means intentional systems that forever won't be. I will build an autonomy and an earned autonomy system where schools can work their way out of all of this structure. But that is not where we are right now. Right now, we have to be the same. We need to be consistent. We need intentional systems, daily habits, clear expectations across the board. And everybody must have a growth mindset. You have to say, regardless of how much it's uncomfortable and it hurts. I am willing to do this. I will give it a shot. The systems here haven't failed just because you haven't tried. Most of the systems fail because expectations get softened. And the community leans into that softness. And all of a sudden we're giving grace and grace and grace. And then we use this statement of, this is just how it is. This is just who we are. And that is not an excuse. You know how many times I've heard, but our kids, our behavior, our kids. Kids don't cause the problems where we're at in Beaumont. Adults do. And I will stand by that statement every day of the year. It is an adult problem. It is not a kid problem, and we will solve it with adults. We are the ones who have to have the belief, the mindset, the growth. We cannot change it without that. I feel like I'm preaching a little bit here, but maybe an amen or something. I don't know. HPC is high-performing culture. Regression is a common word that we use a lot, and because it is a real thing. Listen, the job is hard. It's so hard in May, and I have been in schools every single day that I've been here, and you know why? Because I want teachers to feel the pressure of not giving up. Kids are about to have 2 months of no learning, and I don't want it to be 3. I want teachers to feel the ownership of seeing kids develop and grow, and I get 1 more day. Right now it's Thursday, you get 6 more days. Teachers, you get 6 more days. 6 more days of instruction. 6 more days with that kid in front of you that they may not be in front of you in summer. We don't know what is going to be in front of them in summer, but I know you've got 6 more days with them. And you can make a difference in 6 more days. That's why I'm in schools every single day. Because I know every day matters, and I want to hold you to that standard, and it is hard. I don't want you to soften your rigor. I don't want you to avoid feedback. I don't want you to be inconsistent. That's how everything erodes. It's how we got where we are. It softens every day a little bit more. And every day it softens more, you fall back, you regress. You can't help it. The breakdown happens when we replace accountability with grace because we feel bad for you. And so we just give grace. I know you're tired, teacher. I know I feel bad. Okay, come in late today. I'll make your copies. Kids need you on point every day. Because when accountability disappears, the individual is never disrupted enough to change it, to improve it. We have to improve. There is no other way. It means disruption. That's the only way. And if it wasn't this model, it would have to be another model. We have to do it. And this is the bar example I have for you. And I'm just about done, guys. I want you to imagine sports again. And this high school kid at Westbrook, this is not a high school kid at Westbrook. I'm just pretending. This high school kid at Westbrook is doing the high bar. And I purposely made the bars there way higher than the actual bar he's jumping. Why? Because when he jumps that bar, what happens? The bar raises. And then he has to work again, physically get his body in a different kind of shape, mentally prepare more, practice more so he can get to the next personal gain. And then what happens? The bar raises again. Here's what I tell principals all the time when I'm in schools. The bar I'm setting for you for the first year is about here. The bar that we're going to hit by year 3 is way up here. There is no doubt about it. That means there's all this space between the first bar And the final bar, this is the Olympics up here, by the way. This is just your school. You might be first in your school, but I want you to be first in the district. And then I want you to be first in the state. And then I want you to be first in the nation. And then I want you to go to the Olympics, the nationals. And I don't even want you to just go there. I want you to get gold. So we're not going to stop at, good job, you got to proficient 1. We're going to keep going and keep going and keep going and keep going. And it's going to be hard. We will figure it out together because a lot of us are learning new, but we're not going to lower the bar. So I want to finish with this. This is my last slide. Margaret Thatcher said this: where there is discord, may we bring harmony. Where there is error, may we bring truths. Where there is doubt, may we bring faith. And where there is despair, may we bring hope. And I hope that all of you will lean into harmony, truth, faith, and hope, and not discord, error, doubt, and despair. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Massey.
Good evening. Good evening, Board. I will be presenting on the board outcomes. On the board goal outcomes, my apologies. I'll be presenting data on 2 of our goals, and you will get more data in July and in August because we're still waiting for data to come out, especially for any college, CCMR, high school data, and STAR data. So goal number 1, our first goal, is related to the percent of 3rd grade students that score at meets grade level or above on STAR reading. What you have in front of you is data based on the assessment that we implemented in BISD this year. I do want to explain that the assessment that we implemented is coming from M-Class Dibbles. This data, what is important to see is that the assessment measures foundational skills in reading. It will not necessarily tell you if the student is at grade level. The data that you see on the red part on the right for our 3rd graders, we had at the beginning of the year 44%, and we had a growth of 13 points to 57%. So right now for 3rd grade, we have 57% of students that are reading and that have the foundational skills for reading. That's phonics, comprehension, fluency. It does not tell us if they're really at grade level, but it does tell us that they have those foundational skills that should help them be able to work at grade level. Now the data does show that we still have 1/3 of our students that are lacking the necessary foundational skills currently at 3rd grade level. Again, I do want to say that for this one, it is more around foundational skills. For next school year, we will implement an additional assessment that will tell us grade level performance. How are they scoring and how are they moving towards grade level in addition to the supplemental performance? I'm gonna move to same reading goal, but now you'll see data on K through 5th grade. For K through 5th grade, you see that at the end of up to the end of the year, we have at least, there was growth across every grade level in students being able to perform better on those foundational reading skills. This is the breakdown. At least the lowest 54% at 1st grade having those foundational reading skills. Now, the caveat on that is that we still have about 40% or higher across grade levels, as you can see overall, of students that still need to work on foundational reading skills. This includes phonics, phonetical awareness, comprehension. This is the data that we currently have as of now for a reading goal for third grade. I'm going to pause if there's any questions on the third grade level goal.
Ms. Perrette, can you just tell us a little bit about Dibbles? Why are we using Dibbles as the, I don't even know if the team knows here what Dibbles is, but will you explain what Dibbles is and explain why we're using Dibbles as our goal data?
So Dibbles is an assessment that measures, we use it as a beginning of the year, middle of the year, end of the year. And it measures how students are doing in phonics, phonetic awareness, decoding, comprehension, and reading fluency. Currently, this is the assessment that we were using. And usually we use this as a supplemental assessment to show us if the students have the foundational skills. That's why I want to stamp that for next year, we will be using it still as a supplemental in conjunction to NWA maps. NWA maps, we have used the format, and I'll share that in a minute on our math progress. And that assessment will allow us to see, start with saying, are they on grade level in reading? And then this could be used as a supplemental to see if they're not on grade level, what are the additional foundational skills that they need, and where are they lacking so that we can support them and grow them to be on grade level. And that will also inform, I know Superintendent Massey shared a little bit about our accelerated instructional model that will support us to see for the intervention period that's already incorporated there, how can we support and how can we provide those supports for the students that are still in need of those reading skills. Now for our second goal is based on our third grade students meeting grade level or being above grade level for STAR Math. Our goal was to go from 26% to 52%. For this goal, currently in BISD, we have implemented the NWA map assessment that is given at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year. This assessment has a correlation with STAR, and it allows us to project how many of our students will either meet or be above grade level for math. What you'll see in the graph is how we have scored currently and the projections that we had based on MAPS data. So for third grade, at the beginning of the year, we projected that 23.5% of our third graders were on grade level. There was a little bit of a drop for middle of the year on the percent of students that were projected to be scoring at meets or above for STAR. At the end of the year, we're projecting to be 26.9, so there was a growth of about 3.4% of students that we're expecting to be at grade level for math for third grade. We did have a modest improvement, but that does tell us that for next year, we will need to ensure we have additional acceleration to really improve our scores. In the next slide, you'll see that we broke it down by student groups and ethnic groups, race and ethnicity. You'll see our beginning of the year at meets or above, middle of the year and end of the year, and you'll see if there was a change. Currently, what you can see here is that our students that are receiving special education continue to perform significantly below our district averages. We can see that beginning of the year, only 7.9 were expected or projected to be at grade level or meet or above, and we only had a 0.5% by the end of the year that are projected to be at grade level. We did have our emergent bilinguals demonstrate.
Perrette, I'm sorry.
Yes.
When you keep saying that are projected to be at grade level, but these are real scores for end of the year results. These are not projections, correct?
These are real results for NWA, and they are used to project how they will score in STAR. Yes.
Okay, they're used to predict how they're going to score in STAR, but these are real results.
Correct. Yes. These are real results. So based So based on NWA, the results for NWA, which is a nationwide, it measures, it projects how they're gonna do in STAR, but it also allows us to see how we're doing comparatively across the nation. And that's what Superintendent Massey is referring to. So yes, this does project, help us see how they're gonna do, but
Yeah.
it also tells us that students right now only grew this amount on that assessment.
Yeah, I want to just put perspective with you guys right now. Do you remember the percentage I told you for reading? Reading is 31%, right? Right now, from last year, Beaumont, us, have a 31% proficiency. Meets and above is the same as grade level and STAR. Meets and above. So you can already see we're below that. Math is 18%. So we're already in a worse situation. It looks like if this is a STAR projection. Is that right, Prete?
For math, when you look at it by student groups, yes. I mean, it literally tells you right now for special education as an example, we have only 8.4 that are at grade level for math based on this assessment. Emergent bilinguals. Emergent bilinguals are English, like there's different terminology, English language learners. Emergent bilinguals is the new terminology that is being used statewide. So right now we did see for emergent bilinguals, they demonstrated that there was more students that grew over the year, but still it's very low because we're saying 32.8% are at grade level for math. What you can see when you look at our ethnic groups and how they're performing, right now our African American and American Indian students are underperforming. Like right now we only have 20% that are at grade level. So while we have seen some movement, we do have work to do. The last slide, just as much as this tells us, are they at grade level or not, the next slide tells you have they grown. So one thing is, are we projected for them or are they at grade level? This one tells you how much they grew. I want to explain that how much they grew doesn't mean they're already at grade level. It's just really saying, did they meet their growth based on where they started? What you'll see is 2 bars. The first bar will show you what percent of students met their growth from beginning of the year to middle of the year. So if you look at kindergarten, 52% of our kindergarteners met their growth. Now, at the middle of the year, they get a new growth because now that you grew, you're gonna get a new goal. What you see is actually a decline. So for our kindergarteners, we only had 43% that met their second growth, their spring goal. So while we had 52%, you can see there was 9% less students that met their growth for the second half. You'll see the same thing for first, second grade, and third grade. We do see that for fourth and fifth, we had more students that actually grew a little bit more. Yes.
My question is, why are you going down right at 9 points? You should be going up a little bit.
Yes, it should be going up. So what that...
Yeah, okay.
So by data, yes. So from data, so you would say, if I have a goal, and we're accelerating, and we're meeting those goals, especially second semester when...
Yes.
By that point, you should be mastering even more. We should be seeing minimum something like what you see in fourth and fifth grade.
Minimal.
Minimum.
That's only 2%.
Because this is growth. Ideally, you should be seeing a lot more students growing.
And this growth, that's not from failing the passing or approaches to meets. It's
No, this is just growth,
in general,
right?
so it can be from
this is
20 to 30.
Right, so let's say Evelyn got here, and when I'm Evelyn, we're looking at, this was your goal, you scored a 40%. Based on what you score, I'm going to give you a goal. And by the way, the goals, the higher you score, your goals might be a little bit lower numbers that you have to increase because it's harder, right? But it's projected, like based on, when they do your goals, they say, based on when you start school, comparatively to the nation, we're comparing, you started in August 12th. We're going to compare you to another district that started in August 12th. And this assessment is also an assessment that is not the same for every student. Once you start taking the assessment, depending on how you're performing, you'll get questions that are relative to your performance. So then it'll give you a goal. It will say, well, you scored a 40 and you can do this skills. You give you a goal to be, you should be able to grow this much, which is 6 points. That's how they measure it. And if you meet that goal, that means that you grew how much you would normally grow compared to somebody that was able to do the same skills as you. So ideally, if we're really growing that student, they should all be meeting their growth. I don't know if that answered the question. So for us, what this tells us is for second semester is thinking what happened, to your question, why did this decrease happen and how are we going to improve it? For us, that means that for second semester, you'll see that in the model that Superintendent Massey talked about, we're being very strategic around not just inputting new TEKs, but bundling TEKs and being able to do some repetitive practice so that whatever they learn in the first semester is not lost because they're reoccurring and they're reassessing and they're also encountering it again. So it's bundled on enough so that students are not losing what they learned. Any other questions for me?
So the bottom line is in 2025-26, all students, third grade, meet or above 26.9% of them.
Yes.
Only that many.
Yes, on this assessment. You will get, in July, I'll share preliminary based on how they did in STARS, but yes, this is a national assessment, so on this national assessment, comparatively to other peers, that was their percentage.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Perrette.
Thank you.
Okay, we are now ready for the consent agenda. Does any board member wish to remove any item from the consent agenda for separate consideration? Okay, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to present, to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Have a second?
I second.
We will vote on the screen.
Which one is it?
Give us just a second for the technology.
Got it, I could. It should come on.
Okay, it's been moved by Dan Parker and seconded by Darian Graves to approve the items on the consent agenda as presented. Is there any discussion before we move to electronic voting? Okay, please vote. not see it. I'm on lead. Okay, we're gonna do it the old way. Okay, any all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, we will now transition to the action items. Moving to discussion and action from closed session and personnel regarding the superintendent employment contract. Is there a motion concerning this item?
I move that the board approve the superintendent employment contract for Ms. Sandy Massey as discussed in executive session.
Is there a second?
I second it.
It has been moved that Arthur and seconded by Desmond to approve the superintendent employment contract. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, Superintendent Massey. Good job. Thank you for what you shared today, and thank you for your continued leadership and support through this process. We really appreciate it. Okay, is there any other discussion for action from closed session?
I move that the board take final action to non-renew the term contract for Jason Leone, effective at the conclusion of the 2025 to 2026 school year, as previously proposed by the Board of Trustees on the grounds stated in the notice of proposed non-renewal, and that the superintendent provide the employee written notice of the board's action in accordance with law.
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion on that matter? We have a motion by Elias and a second by Lori. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay. Is there any other discussion or action from closed session for consideration? Okay, since there is nothing else for action from closed session, we will move to the action agenda item 1.2, consideration and approval of the closure of the Paul A. Brown Learning Center. Superintendent Massey, you can address the board.
The Paul Brown Learning Center is being recommended to close down as the number of students that are in that school are low, and we want to ensure that they get the best quality education. So I am recommending that you vote to close Paul Brown as it is now and move the credit recovery classes, still named Paul Brown, back to the high schools, which we will expand the program there.
Mr. Solito?
Sotelo.
Sorry.
Just some background. District administration reviewed enrollment trends, staffing allocations, program utilization, operational costs, student service delivery associated with Paul Brown A. Learning Center. Following this review, the administration determined that the services currently provided at the campus can be effectively transitioned to existing district programs and campuses while maintaining appropriate student supports. This change will be effective starting the 26-27 school year.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or discussion from the board?
I have a question again to Superintendent Massey. again, what were the circumstances surrounding you closing Paul Brown at his current campus? And what are the plans for the future for Paul Brown students, credit recovery students?
Yeah, so the credit recovery program won't go away. That is an important part of students being able to graduate on time or catch up to cohort. And cohort meaning they started with 9th grade and we want them to finish with their 9th grade beginning team. So they have to actually catch up if they fall behind. So Paul Brown, as it is now, it wasn't the way it was meant to be from the beginning. I had a really great meeting with Paul Brown. He's still alive, and it was great to hear his thoughts and why he created the program in the beginning, which was very valid, but the way that it looks right now is not the way it was originally designed. Students are mostly on computers, separated in 2 to 5 kids in a classroom. It's a whole day, all day long on a computer with very minimal to no instruction. It is not the best way to recover credit, and I believe students need the ability as freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and even seniors to participate in UIL sports, electives, which they don't get those opportunities at Paul Brown Center as it is. So to move the credit recovery classes back to the original high schools, and they already have credit recovery at both high schools. What we want to do is expand the program where we make sure we have room for the kids who are coming back from Paul Brown. But it gives them a chance to recover credit, but also be in an English 1 classroom in front of a teacher who is teaching them, or in a Spanish class in front of a teacher who is teaching them, not on a computer program trying to pass a class on a computer. So best of both worlds is back at their high school.
I thank you, and I was there when you went there, and I applaud you for that move. It's a great move for the kids.
Well, it's not my move. I'm just recommending it.
Okay, well, we about to see how that's going to turn out in a little bit, right?
And if I may add, it's a student win. Putting them back on campus with their peers, their siblings. We talk about enrollment and attendance. You have parents trying to get them to this school and this school because they have a sibling. We're putting them back at their home campus, again, with their friends, their siblings, access to curriculum, their favorite coach or teacher, maybe play sports, be back in band. So it's a student win all the way around. Thank you.
Thank you all for that context. Is there a motion?
I move to approve closure of Paul A. Brown Learning Center effective at the end of this 25-26 school year.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Okay. It's been moved Desmond Bridges and seconded by Elias Abera to approve the closure of the Paul A. Brown Learning Center. Is there any further discussion at this point? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, next action item is 1.3, consideration and approval of the separation of Peach MacArthur PK through 8th Center into Peach MacArthur Elementary School and South Park Middle School. Consideration and approval regarding the separation of Peach MacArthur PK through 8th Center into 2 schools. It would be a middle school and an elementary school.
Yeah, so I'll give a little context there. The 2 schools currently are the lowest rated schools in the district, and they're right now 1 school. They already have 2 administrators, a principal on this side, a principal on this side, office staff on both sides. The buildings are separated, and so it doesn't really make sense. My original context was, well, 11 to 1,200 students, K through 8, they should only have 1 administrator. Well, when I walked the building, I could tell it actually does need to be 2 schools. I don't know the original reason, but they are the lowest performing schools. They need a lot more support, a lot more help. It wouldn't help to remove an administrator and just, make it 1 big school. So I suggested we go back to South Park Middle School and Peach MacArthur Elementary. I believe it's the right move for kids, for the administrators, and it gives each school an opportunity to stand on its own. As one school, they get the same rating, even if one is scoring higher than the other. So I would like those schools to stand on their own.
President Wheeler, I don't have anything to add. Superintendent Massey stamped that well. We'll take any questions.
Okay, any questions?
Approve the separation of Peach MacArthur pre-K through 8 into Peach MacArthur Elementary School and South Park Middle School.
I second that.
Okay, it's been moved by Lori Leister and seconded by Daniel Parker to approve the separation of Peach MacArthur PK through 8 Center into Peach MacArthur Elementary School and South Park Middle School. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay, the final action agenda, 1.4, consideration and approval of the revision of the 2026-2027 academic year. I'll turn it over to Superintendent Massey.
Yes, the calendar had been previously approved by the administration prior to us coming here, and it was a good calendar, except that in transformation, it really requires more transformation training. So they did not allow for a professional development day in September or in November. And that is really necessary for me to help teachers get better faster, to help principals get better faster. I need that. So we didn't change the number of days of teacher-student contact days. It's still 175. But what it does mean is that we removed the 2 teacher work days. One was in October and one was in March. So to not extend the school year out, we removed those 2 work days. And that still allows for us to have professional development in September, professional development in November. And that's why I'm recommending for a calendar change.
Mr. Sotelo?
Well, entertain any questions?
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we accept and approve the revisions to the 2026 and 2027 academic calendar.
I second.
Okay, it's been moved by Dan Parker and seconded by Arthur Lewis Jr. to approve the revisions of the 2026-2027 academic calendar. Any further discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, we are going to go back into closed session. The board is now going to go into closed session to discuss agenda items posted on the closed session agenda as authorized by the Open Meetings Act under section 551.071, 551.072, and 551.074 of the Texas Government Code.